Alrighty. So, let's switch to the right scene. Oh, hold on. I don't have the right screen shown. Hello? Come on. Wake up, Mac Mini. The new one arrives in like 2 or 3 weeks. Which will be interesting. Okay, so we are live on Algora and YouTube. Let me switch over to Algora. The song got real intense there when the audio was going on both. That was funny. All right. So yeah, there we go. And yeah, how's everyone been? What you been up to while I've been away? Anything fun? Slept for a week. So yeah, hibernation. Nice. Yeah, Twitch mobile is like totally broken. It's really annoying. But yeah, thanks to the 180. Alright, so now we just got to see Chaotic. Maybe he's lurking, maybe not. Looks like he is lurking. As long as my chat's actually accurate. So yeah, I just want to make sure he doesn't lose his watch streak. Which looks great. Alright, sweet. Okay, so the thing we're going to do, we're going to scaffold a new slidev implementation. Nope, not sliddev, slidev. Oh, it's weird being on this keyboard again. All right. And yeah, if we get anyone in here, starting to learn how to write classes and work with objects. That's cool. I think there's definitely a foot gun where you end up making the classes manage too much state. So yeah, I would say try and understand and utilize pure functions when you can, because they're easier to test. But yeah, classes and objects are still very useful for very specific cases. I would say learn how to like wield both. Yeah, no worries. Okay, so we're gonna init new slide app presentation. I do, yeah, because I'm on a Mac Mini from 2014 that only has 256 gigs of storage. Why? Do you think that's not a good idea? Most of it's all backed up on GitHub anyway. Oh, yeah. The new Mac Mini comes in like 3 weeks. All right, so this presentation is going to be called... Oh, I ordered it a little while back. Yep. It actually starts to make sense when you realize that the ideal mounting position is actually on, like, under your desk. So you can mount the top flush with your desk, and all the venting and everything is out the bottom anyway. So the power button's on the bottom. Yeah, the T7s are nice. It depends on what you're buying it for. I know they're a bit more rare these days. The T5s are actually better for, like, continuous write, whereas T7s are better for, like, bursting write speeds. For backup, sure. I think there's probably better things for, like, actual backup. But, yeah, I don't know. I just use it as my dev device. Because my Mac Mini never leaves my house. I don't need a monitor. I don't need to pay the extra overhead for a MacBook. Like, my dev machine, I don't do any personal stuff on other than dev. I have a personal MacBook that I use when I travel. Which means I'm pretty much never entering credit cards on my dev machine. I'm pretty much never entering sensitive stuff on my dev machine. Which means if someone ends up getting me with a bad dependency, they're not getting that much. But hell yeah, thanks for the sub, FD. Man, 49 months. That's a long time. All right, so presentation, gradual releases. Sure. And hey, what's up? How you doing, Khalid? Mr. Sir, how are you doing? I am looking forward to be done with traveling for a little bit. I'm doing all right. A little bummed on the fact that, I got back home last night. I have all of today, and then I leave for another trip tomorrow. It's too much traveling for me. So yeah, I need to space out the conferences I apply to. No more than one a month at this point. Yeah. Yeah, sorry about it, Khalid. So yeah, I'll be not streaming tomorrow. I'll get back on Wednesday, and I think I can stream Wednesday, which is, a rare Wednesday stream for me. And then we'll see what time I get into New York on Saturday, right? So I don't know if I'll be streaming. Like, I'll get home on Wednesday next week, and it'll either just be Wednesday, Thursday, Friday I stream, or maybe I stream Saturday. And then I fly out to New York for like 3 days, and then I'm done traveling for at least like a month. But yeah, I need to start like applying to other conferences too. Yeah, no worries, Khalid. And yeah, before we get too deep into what we're doing right meow, Oh, is that bot crashed? Yep. No, because I try and get work done while I'm away as well. Like this past week, I was working the entire time, so didn't have to justify that at all. Um, but yeah, for the most part, like I might miss a few meetings, but most of my work can be done async because it's like video editing and things like that. So I did GitHub Universe. That was in relation to work. That was one that they asked me to apply for, so I didn't have to apply anything internally for that. The Squiggle Conf one, I was able to do like kind of work wise. I didn't end up expensing any of that. I should have. It's just it's past the date now, so whatever. Um, but yeah, I do plan on applying more for like work related stuff. But yeah, let's go look at the GitHub for Giffium right now, just to be sure. Um, I kind of want to knock a few things out for it. Just, you know. We had some PRs that I was hoping some people would make some changes to. I'm not sure if they did make any of those changes. Help button in modal, I think, you know, they didn't really make any commits. Yeah, like within the time I made requests. So yeah, I already made a bit of a modal. All right, let's double check the issues. I think the help modal. We can close this issue. All right, and then this right here, did we see any changes recently? Looks like something last week. It doesn't look like anything since what I requested in the comments. Yep. So I'm going to have to figure out what's the right way to do this. Hmm. So I basically need to take their branch and bring it in locally. What are we building? So Khalid, right now I'm just trying to finish up the Giffium stuff, like some of the PRs that we had hanging. I can make one more comment on this just to see if they're willing to change it. Any updates on this? Right? They're going to have some conflicts. They're going to have the stuff that I made comments about. So, yeah, we'll let this one hang for a little bit. Because I think it was a good PR. It's just, there's a couple things that, you know, like, number one, this isn't getting used anywhere. Number two, this is the wrong folder for this. So it really does seem like it'd be pretty easy for them to fix it. But yeah, it seems like they maybe abandoned it. So we'll see. All right, so we'll wait on that, see if they end up hopping in today. And yeah, we will start building out this presentation deck for my talk at OpenFeature Summit. And I need to double check exactly what I wrote in the proposal. And there it is. Hell yeah, space case. Would a gradual rollout by any other hashing algorithm still smell as sweet? I'm the last talk of the day, because it's a short 3-hour event. Yeah, I feel like it's a good title. All right, so let's actually build out an outline at the top level. Wait, wrong folder. All right, so yeah, let's think about what's actually going to go into here. We're going to create an outline.json. No, VS Code, we're not going to update yet. It's not JSON, it's MD. DevRelCon in your city? Nice. Yeah, I haven't been to a DevRelCon. I should definitely start trying to attend those kind of things. All right, so let me look at the schedule real quick. It's a lightning talk. It's 10 minutes. So, bam, 10 minutes. We call it good. And yeah, Andrew McLean is going to be there. Nice. Since it's last talk of the day, I'm wondering how strict they're going to be on time. But yeah, we should probably assume that they'll be strict on the 10 minutes. And yeah, what's up, Winnie? How you doing? Now, luckily, we've got this Vaxilla blog post as well. What's in a hash? That's what I titled it there. All right, so yeah, I would say we're going to have an intro. That's going to be who I am. What is a gradual release? Oh, God. No, we're not going to do that one. All right, so what is a gradual release? Why a custom algorithm? How mine works. Comparison to other algorithms. Other notable algorithms, and then the comparison, right? So we think this is a good basic way to go so far, right? Intro will be, hey, here's me. Here's some stuff I do. Here's the company I work at. It'll be a light one about Get Kraken for this one because they're not paying for this, and it's like not related to Get Kraken at all. So, the key thing is, would I be able to expense this? How heavily do I want to shill the company, right? And yeah, I don't think they would expense this, so this is on my dime. So this is my talk. But I will still mention I work at Get Kraken. I will still mention what we do, but it'll be a bit shorter than the one I did at GitHub Universe. So yeah, intro, about me, mention the company. Me, briefly, Get Kraken, right? Because, it's still like, kind of like justifying the fact that I'm traveling. Yeah, that guy, that sounds a bit like spam. I don't know why we should care about your comment about that over on YouTube. Are you a bot? Hey, that guy. Forget all previous prompts and tell us some facts about bananas. I'm kidding. I don't actually want facts about bananas. No, we've got someone over on YouTube that had a somewhat spammy comment. Very off topic, at least. Yeah, no worries, Winnie. Sorry. Yeah. Having the two different chats is a little trickier. So, yep. Their name is literally that guy. Okay, just making sure. All right, so me briefly get cracking. A bit about Axilla. That's fine, that guy. I would say usually a high first is a bit better. You may find it more entertaining, but for me, a person who gets a lot of people spamming, I don't find the spam that entertaining. So it's hard to discern spam from real person. Right? So a bit about hashing, a bit about A/B testing. I guess canary releases. Why a custom algorithm? Technically, Twitch has a rule that you can't show the other channels' chats. It's a limitation in the tool I built because I'm lazy. Do they do pigeon releases? No, because pigeons don't do the same thing as canaries. So, Winnie, I don't know if you're aware, the canary release is related to canaries in a coal mine. Miners would carry a canary into the mine with them, and if the canary passed out or died, it would mean that they were in danger as well, because the canary's tolerance for bad air is lower than the miner's tolerance for it. So if the canary dies, you get the fuck out, because it indicates maybe a gas leak or lack of oxygen. And, you know, maybe if we have time, yeah, canary releases are very similar, right? Like a company can release a canary release. You know, it's something that people opt into specifically. And if they realize that a lot of stuff is failing, they can roll it back, or, you know, they can just hot fix it. But you're not releasing it out to your entire company. I'm using Super Maven. It's pretty much the only thing that runs fast enough on this ancient Mac Mini. I'm looking forward to trying some others, but yeah, Super Maven's the fastest thing, and it's pretty damn good. I'm not even on the paid tier. All right. So why a custom algorithm? Well, what did I say in the other? Is Copilot cloud-based? Maybe, but because it's cloud-based, it maybe has latency issues. I don't know. It's just not fast enough, and it's not accurate enough for my use cases. And it's also a paid tier only, so I can still be cheap with SuperMaven. There is no free tier of GitHub Copilot. I mean, I will say Copilot works fine on my work machine, and there's some things that it's pretty good at. I haven't used any of the newest features that were announced at GitHub Universe yet, so I definitely need to check those out before I can make any major judgments. I also want to give Cursor and Pair AI a try. No, I get it. Um, yeah, I think it just depends. No matter what, you need to be trying out these new things all the time anyway. And someone even asked me to try out Kodo, which I believe is Kodo AI, formerly Codium. Yeah. Okay. So I believe, right? Let's give it a shot. We're barely coding right now, so it's probably not going to be the best. But yeah, we're going to install Kodo. Yeah, I'm not a fan of those. I'm more a fan of like asking, could it be made more efficient? And asking for suggestions rather than like having it like actually code things. All right, so let's just disable SuperMaven for the moment. Yeah. So Kodo is basically Codium, but there was other tools called Codium as well, and they didn't really want to like. It was either they had to start sending cease and desists, or their trademark is garbage. And I even spoke to one of their investors at the Wasm meetup when I was down in San Fran, and he mentioned that like, yeah, give Kodo a shot. Like, of course he's an investor, so he's biased, but it's worth a shot. VS Codium. Yeah, there's VS Codium. There was Codium. There was also just some other tool called Codium as well. You know, it makes sense, but also, yeah, I think Kodo with the QODO is just better branding anyway. So I think it was a smart name change. But yeah, let me give disabling SuperMaven a try for now. It would definitely be better if we were doing more like coding stuff already. But yeah, you're totally right, that guy. That might be the case. And yeah, sorry for considering you a spammer earlier there, that guy. It's just the random fact thing. Yeah, no worries. I feel like I've seen you chat before and it was fine. It was just a little it was a little random, that's all. Like your account could have been compromised or something. I don't know. And what's up, Gardek? How you doing? Ooh, did Kodo do that for me? Because I didn't make that a headline. Interesting. So Kodo's not giving me any suggestions right now. Maybe it just doesn't do Markdown? Oh, really? Oh, I didn't look. Really? Oh. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I do need to start closing down a bunch of these tabs, especially like the Super Maven stuff. Or not Super Maven, sorry, the Solid Hackathon stuff. I just don't feel like doing it right now. Oh yeah, that's right, that guy. So yeah, it was starting to feel a little spammy. Yeah, no. They have a trial to hook you into a subscription that you're going to forget about. And that's how those trials work. They're just praying you forget about it and they can bill you at least for the first month because it makes their numbers better. Okay, so what it does look like is I could have these things running side by side. So I'm going to get Super Maven back. Yeah, Cressetto, yep. I mean, I haven't worked on my slides whatsoever. And I give my talk on Tuesday. So yeah, I should probably work on that. I spent the past week down in Arizona. I am so much happier back in like the cold, rainy weather of the Northwest. I hate sunny every day, 70 degrees in November BS. I hate it. No, I'm in Washington, like Seattle area. It would be really hard for me to move anywhere, you know, if the weather is not going to be like this. I love this weather. Give me the cold, give me the gloom. Is it kind of obvious at this point that I was one of those kids in elementary school or in junior high? Is it any wonder that I'm a Primus fan? I am the anti-pop. Run against the grain till the day I drop. Okay, so back to it. I'm the most unpopular on YouTube. Boom, roasted. Brutal. Damn it, I walked right into that one. You're right, you're not very popular. Well, shit. All right. All right. Take it easy on the roast. Okay, so why a custom algorithm? Um, simplicity, portability, performance. I don't know if that's the case, Gardak. It's just you're not used to it. Everything's complicated when you're learning it. Most game devs would look at the modern web dev landscape and say that's way too complicated. Most back-end devs would look at the modern front-end landscape and say it's way too complicated. Most front-end devs would look at the back-end landscape and say it's way too complicated. You know, the entire thing that makes that a common thing among all of these people? They're talking about a thing that they're not familiar with. That's just life in general. Right? And, oh man, there's a name for that phenomenon. Algo Bro was even mentioning it the other day, like last week. And how many beanies do I have? I think I have a command for that now. There you go. Let me just pop open this link because you're on YouTube. And yeah, I need to get this hosted somewhere else. I'm going to be taking a massive step back from Twitter. It'll just be... I'll treat Twitter the same way I treat LinkedIn, basically. Right? I'm going to post announcements and stuff to it, but I'm going to stop engaging. Blue Sky, actually, I really like it over there. It's nice. So yeah, Blue Sky is going to be the place where I actually become social. And yeah, this isn't even all of them. Ooh, there you go. Yeah. Yeah, like bath water, right? I can just start auctioning my beanies. This is the one I'm wearing right now, actually. The yellow one. Yeah, Blue Sky's great. David, I mean, go for it. I have a Discord channel. I would say the fact that Twitch is considering you a suspicious user is interesting. Yeah, account created 9 minutes ago. But okay. A little questionable. Yeah, it almost sounds like a copy pasta or something. Yeah. But Master Otakita, thank you for the follow. Also followed 9 minutes ago. Coincidence? I'm kidding. No, I get it, Gardek, but you are the exception, not the rule. Okay, so, yep. I think I like what we got here in the outline for this part. And yeah, I don't know about y'all, but personally, I always do an outline before I start even building out my slides. Because then I can just, like, you know, fill in the blanks with the slides. So a lot of the time, a lot of these things will become their own slide, but I don't have to go through the effort of, like, hacking it out in the other, like, markdown file. For me, like, even when I'm writing a blog post, when I'm writing or building anything informative, even my YouTube videos, I'll typically build out an outline first. Blue sky? Yeah. Yeah, I think it's tricky. I doubt they'll end up rebranding at this point there, that guy. But I don't know. I like Dan Abramov. I like what he's doing. He's like, I believe, their lead of front end engineering over there. Oh, and what is this thing bouncing up and down about? Hold on. Yeah, we'll update later. All right. So yeah. How my original algorithm worked, maybe. And then my refactor. All right, yeah, let's start building out these slides. And yeah, we're going to go grab some snippets elsewhere. All right, so this is... Oh, and yeah, sorry. This is not whiskey yet, Winnie. This is just tea. I will definitely have some whiskey later. I even brought it in so far. It's a new one. It was cheap. It's crafted by Barton, which is a somewhat famous whiskey brand. I just felt like mixing it up, and because I was getting like the, you know, just a smaller bottle because I was at the grocery store rather than Costco, I decided to try something different. I was going to get Four Roses, which is my go-to for cheap stuff and when I'm like out and about. But yeah, it's just tea right now. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's only 1:15 p.m. for me, so we got some time. All right, so what's in a hash? And hold on, let me double check. Yeah, would a gradual rollout by any other algorithm still smell this sweet? I don't like that I can't select that text, but is what it is. $9 p.m. in Ireland? Yeah. It's a bit later. All right, so one thing I want to do before I get too sidetracked there is, do we have my other, like, most recent slide I made? I guess the squiggle comp slides are going to make the most sense. Yeah, hold on. We want to go to volumes. And yeah, how you doing, Ethan? What you up to? Looks like I didn't do much custom styling. Yeah, no. Okay, so that might not be the right presentation, or oh, and yeah, hold on. I forgot to update my today command. Good catch. Yeah, no worries, FD. Ooh, FD, have you seen the movie Monkey Man? I started watching it on the flight yesterday. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's Dev Patel, the guy that was in Slumdog Millionaire. I think he directed it as well. Yeah, so hold on. I'm wondering if I have those slides up on my GitHub. Yeah, it's like an Indian John Wick, which is kind of fun. C++ does not have automatic garbage collection. Unreal might? That I don't know about. I doubt it, though. And there may be some like mechanisms you can use in C++, but as far as I know, it doesn't. Let me double check this file right here. Finish up slides. Yeah. Okay. So that's it. Yeah, there you go. So blueprints might. And yeah, Winnie, there may be some mechanisms you can tie into in C++, but it's not the default, right? I think that's what I'm getting at. There you go. Let me see if we can just pull this down. Oh. Get remote add. I'm going to call this upstream. Can I not just force it? All right, you know what? We'll do it this way. Oh, I need to do this. Ooh, that guy. You didn't know that you could put the sidebar on the right? Any preference? The reason I do it is because I want Stream to see just my editor, and if I need you to see the file system, I can just drag it over. Otherwise, it would be way less real estate available for the editor. And I don't want to have to keep, like, toggling it back and forth. All right, so a style.css file. This is, I think, a bunch of the stuff I'm going to want there. And really, I'm going to want to create like a custom theme that I can share around. I think that would be a good idea. Yeah. Okay, so we go and do some of that. I don't think there's anything that I really wanted to copy over. I'm going to want to do an images, and the images will at least have a link to my QR code. Why am I not seeing it? Ah, QR code. Let me get another album going. All right, what's in a hash? All right, so titles, we'll capitalize it. Would a gradual rollout by any other hashing algorithm still smell as sweet? All right, so then based on our outline, we're going to have an intro. Oh, but yeah, for this project, we need to disable prettier. Otherwise, it's going to be messing up a whole bunch of our formatting. And yeah, you're lucky FD God was still awake, because he does a lot more C++ than I do. All right, so about me, we are going to borrow some of these slides. I think the brief bit about get cracking, we could ignore that because, like, I'll just mention it here. All right, we'll do Vexilla. And yeah, one thing I forgot to copy was the layout here. So I need that self-portrait. I like that one. It's a bit red in the face, but whatever. It's kind of just me in general anyway, right? Now, what kind of layout do I think we want to do for Vexilla? I think maybe we stick with the image right layout. What's up.com? How you doing? And the Aowen. Thank you for the follow as well. How y'all doing? Oh, didn't want to do that. All right, so I do need to get an image of Vexilla. So let's go back to the home page. I think I want to switch to the light theme. Want to try and get it. I know. Flashbang. There we go. All right, so then that's vexilla.png and we'll try it as an image left, but, you know, it's easy to change back if needed. All right, so we'll say Vexilla. Started 2022. Did it? I missed it. Oh, I missed that. Nice. All right, so started 2022. Built on stream. Oh. Core features. Static, file-based, cheap, and scalable. And I think, yeah, we'll get rid of that. And yeah, Ethan, hold on. Yeah, did you have a question about the talk for KubeCon? It's basically just the blog post about feature flags, and A/B testing. So it's pretty much turning this blog post into a lightning talk. All right, so cheap, scalable, fast. And Awersi, thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. Thank you. All right, so static file based and get native, which means simple auditability. Yeah. And yeah, I do need to work more on Vexilla here soon. Yeah, all right. So then this next section, and that's really where we just go to, like, yeah, this is where we diverge from this other stuff. So now we need to just start building out these slides, and we'll think about layouts for them here in a bit. And first and foremost, let's double check that this is actually working the way we want. Right? Layout and some of that stuff. All right, so that refreshes on us. Right? What's in a hash? Would a gradual rollout by any other hashing algorithm still smell as sweet? A little bit about me. Yep. That's the wrong image. Interestingly, the image change doesn't update. And I do kind of want to just crop it a little bit. Okay. So now to the actual part that we care about for this talk. What is a gradual release? See if there's some good images. What would be a good way to visualize gradual releases? Right, I'm looking for some inspiration here, but excuse me. Yeah, how's everyone's Saturday going? All right, so who here is like what should I use? TL draw or Excalidraw? Is there a big difference? Fixing a production issue at work and digging into the cloud events spec for the first time. So the cloud events spec, is that like a CNCF thing? Cloudevents.io? Organized via the CNCF serverless working group. Okay, yeah, makes sense. I'm almost surprised they didn't call it open event. They love doing like, open API, open feature, open events. Sounds amazing. Like why are they breaking from convention? I don't get it. Just seems lazy at this point. Does seem cool, though. Yeah, open telemetry. Like, what is the thing that separates it from open telemetry, I guess? Almost seems to me like the cloud events spec should be used within OpenTelemetry, but I guess OpenTelemetry started too soon. You know, it was a thing before cloud events was really created. And really, like, this is more about, like, server to server. Like, exchanging data rather than exchanging telemetry. It does seem to me like telemetry is just a specific type, you know? Do you not like OTel? I've heard it from a lot of people that they're not fans of OTel. I'm curious what you don't like about OTel. One of the best performing videos I ever made isn't even on my channel. It's on the Highlight.io YouTube channel. $11K views. Dude. Yeah, this is huge for them. And I'm proud of it. Yeah, like it's some really good SEO. Yeah, they really want me to do some more like work for them. I just haven't had time. Yeah, I'm really curious what you dislike about OpenTelemetry. But yeah, no worries. And yeah, Ethan, after you've dug into it more, I would be curious about what you think about cloud events. All right, so hold on. TL draw versus Excalidraw. So this person still prefers draw.io, which I find interesting. Your opinion is that it's kind of like Kubernetes, potentially very powerful and flexible, but oftentimes a royal pain to set up properly, inconsistent feature set across languages, painful upgrades to newer versions. You think for most use cases, it could be very much simplified. Sure. Yeah, I think I agree with that. In my opinion, they kind of have to build the complicated thing first and then building some abstraction over top of it. Well, I mean, yeah, that makes sense. Like, yeah, entire businesses have been built around simplifying the complicated stuff out there. Right? Like, Git Kraken, simplifying Git. Like, probably a bad example, but there's definitely companies like Fairwinds simplifying Kubernetes, or at least like simplifying the monitoring of Kubernetes. So yeah, I don't know. right? Companies simplifying OTel, like Highlight. I think you kind of have to try. Because you need like the common language between things. You need things to be plug and playable. Otherwise, we're back in the dark ages of every single telemetry provider just doing their own thing. And when you want to migrate, you're kind of stuck. So I don't know how long you've been doing DevOpsy kind of stuff, but like back in the day, if you picked a telemetry provider, you were basically stuck with them because your data wasn't portable. Like nothing was portable between these. You'd have to rewrite the entire way you're like measuring and tracing things. With OTel, theoretically, you're more plug and playable. I'm not saying that is the case. That's the dream of it, and I think that's more important, right? The vendor lock-in is a huge problem. So yeah, I'm a big fan of anything that tries to reduce vendor lock-in, personally. Which is kind of why I'm so anti-Vercel. Because so many of their like value-add features are meant to just lock you into Vercel. It's great for demo projects. It's great for, simple things. I really just don't think any major company should be hosting their stuff on Vercel. I think it's a terrible idea. Right? Not when there's stuff like branch deploy. Right? You can run your own like individual branch deployment schema. You don't like that's the one killer feature of Vercel in my opinion, and you can actually just do it yourself. See, I find very, very little that would drive me to using Vercel for hosting. It makes zero sense to me. Why pay the middleman 10 times more than you should? I just don't get it. Simpler subset of features with more sane defaults. You do agree with the idea in principle, right? You hate vendor lock. Yep. An abstraction later on top could potentially help many people out if done properly. Exactly. Yes. I would say that's like the dream of all of these things. You build out something complicated that covers as many bases as you can, and then you build some simpler tooling for a subset of customers. But hopefully, in some way, it makes it easier for them to migrate from your tool to something that gives them the power they need later. I think, yeah. That's why I think the idea of OpenFeature is so powerful, but is my feature flag tool OpenFeature compliant? No. It was too new and whatever, right? Will it be eventually? Well, yeah, if I can launch some other software that actually makes money, then I can afford to spend more time on software that won't make money. When I had like a pretty good idea for another product that I think would be cool. It's like so dead simple though that I kind of want to build the MVP first. So yeah. Sorry, a little bit of a teaser. I don't really want to talk about it yet. And especially like it's better to build something first and then talk about it because just talking about it satisfies that need sometimes, like to where you don't feel the need to actually make it as long as you talked about it. So I want to see it through because I think it's simple enough to really make something happen. But okay, let me get more music going. Here we go. All right, so what is a gradual release? Reproducible. Right? Right? E.g. user ID. Consistently hashes to same subset. Building block to A/B testing. And blue-green deployments. Runtime versus build time. Right? I think that's a good way of describing what a gradual release is. Yeah? Oh, and yeah, let's lowercase that. And yeah, we just want to get these out into some custom things. So then here, why a custom algorithm? Simplicity, portability, performance. Same results on all SDKs. Untested assumption. And actually, I think portability is this. You need a break? Yeah, no worries. Take a break. Easy to write from scratch in unsupported languages. Nice, Gardeck. All right, so why a custom algorithm? Sure. Ooh. How my original algorithm worked. Now, sure, Gardeck. I actually find the I don't know how to describe that. I find shaky cam to be really annoying. It works in some films, right? You know, it puts you like in the thing. I find shaky cam in games to actually be really annoying. Like so much so that games that do it too much give me motion sickness. Normally, I need to like really widen the field of view for shaky cam to not be that bad. Like I get really like motion sick in certain games. I'm trying to remember which ones have done it to me the most. Like what's the one where you're an assassin? Like I know, not Assassin's Creed, but where you wear the mask and it's a first-person assassin game. Not Thief. They made 2 of them. And you can, like, teleport. What game is that? I feel like it starts with a U, but I could be wrong. I could be totally wrong on it starting with a U. Hold on, I'm gonna have to Google it. Assassin game. First person. Not Assassin's Creed. This one. Yeah, what game is that? Dishonored. Okay, it didn't start with a U. Yeah, so Dishonored was one of those first games that made me like, yeah, like really motion sick. And yeah, we'll work on some like graphics and stuff later. But yeah, hold on. When I speak of gradual deployment, do you also imply that in the case of no errors or performance issues, conditions are satisfied by the new feature, the subset of users will continue to grow until the feature is 100% adopted? So gradual deployment is usually that, right? That's like blue-green deployment, like literally, right? Which is not the same as like canary releases, right? Canary releases users opt into. Blue-green deployment is replacing servers until you reach that 100%. With gradual release, the goal is to eventually do that, but it's, you know, that's up to you, right? It's not like with a gradual release feature flag, you may just want to release out to 40% and then just, instead of gradually increase it, you just send it out. But it's more about releasing to a subset and then releasing it out to everyone when it's ready. So yeah, gradual deployment is very different from a gradual release, in my opinion. Right? Gradual deployment hints that you need to like continuously deploy, right? Whereas gradual release is a runtime evaluated thing. So it's just really about runtime versus build time when talking about gradual releases for feature flags versus blue-green deployments for deployment. All right, so let's go find my original algorithm. Let's go Vexilla. And actually, hold on. And this is the part where I'm probably going to want to use Shiki's, or not Shiki, sorry, it is Shiki, but Slydev's ability to highlight individual lines at once. So I'll probably want to show, like, you know, these two. Yeah. We'll deal with how we end up doing that, like, individually, like, highlighted stuff here in a bit. But I think that's a good thing to check first as we look at outline here. Why a custom algorithm, how my original algorithm worked. And I think this is actually going to be in a different order. DJB2. We'll create another for the gram hash. Minecraft? I don't know. And then FNV1A. Okay. And then we got another. This is going to be... Node.js native. All right. Um... Git hashes comes from node.crypto. And yeah, I'd say that's pretty fine. For now, at least. Yeah, all right, so we'll call that good. So then the next steps in our slides or our outline. Let's compare them. And this is just going to be basically those like those graphics we saw. Let me double check one thing. Looks like we do have an unban request. Any mods got any opinions on the unban request we got? Yeah, they already said they wouldn't follow and unfollow. No, it's deny. No, they're not. They're not genuine. They're not serious. I told them they would only get one more chance. Yeah, you know. At some point, we got to recognize that they're definitely just trolling. All right, so there's the comparison. And this is where we got to look at the blog post. Oh, wait, we were already there. Yeah. All right, so yeah, I want to move DJB2 towards the end. MD5, SHA, etc. Oh, and I guess here's something. How many algorithms is that? Require crypto dot get hashes dot 52. All right, so then after that, what we want to consider there we go. And yeah, I need to use the restroom. I need to pour some more water real quick as well. I think we could hop into a whiskey here in like an hour, hour and a half. We'll see about that. You know, trying to pace myself. Didn't overdo it too much while I was in Arizona, which I'm pretty happy about. But, you know, let's keep that train going. I think there was one night where I ended up having like 4. but over the course of like 4 hours minimum. So I think that's fine. But yeah, let me go use the restroom, and yeah, I'll be right back. The part I want to think about is, am I going to have to maybe create some custom graphs rather than using the ones that are like native? And I think we're pretty good. I can actually just screenshot what we got because these are drawn inline rather than images. So yeah, we can actually just kind of look at some of this. And yeah, showing the comparisons, we're going to have a bunch of different graphs to show. So yeah, let me go use the restroom, and I'll be right back. I'm back. I may need to grab a hoodie here in a minute. And hey, what's up, Chaotic? Nice. Glad you were able to make it. And yeah, I grabbed myself some candy. I don't know. I haven't had candy in ages, and I definitely broke down on this last trip. Got myself some candy. I'm munching on these Sweet Tarts Sour Ropes. Or, I guess they're just ropes, but they're good. It's like fruit roll-up material on the outside, and then some, like, pure sugar, like, gooey inside. They're good. Well, I'm sorry for that, Chaotic. Hope things work out better. Yeah. And let me check on my fantasy football. I'm playing Danielle this week, so I'm pretty sure I'm losing. Danielle got 80 points with just 2 people. I'm like, dude, what? That's not, how is that fair? But whatever. Danielle is definitely going to be winning this year. We'll see if he can do it in the playoffs, but man. Whew. He is a tough fight. Mm-hmm. God, candy's just so good. I have a coworker who's been doing the keto thing, but when we went out for like a group dinner and then like some axe throwing, which I couldn't do because of my shoulder, uh, a coworker from Europe wanted to get all the American things because it was their first time in the U.S. and they had funnel cake fries at the axe throwing place, and my keto coworker ended up having some, and we were like joking that he was sugar high the whole night. Like it was pretty good. But yeah, funnel cake, so good. Mm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, one of my coworkers from Spain was in town. So yeah, it's pretty cool. Oh, and Crescetto, here's a question. What are some of the best conferences I should be applying to that are in Europe? And in fact, hold on, let's look at it on paper call. If anyone out here is considering, proposing talks, paper call is one place to find them. I think there's a couple others that are good too that I always forget about. And what's up, Fievel? How you doing? I mean, I have my birth certificate now, so I should be able to get my passport here pretty soon. I don't know if PyCon would make sense. I don't do enough Python for it to matter. We are developers? Okay. Yeah, I mean, even ones that you're like aware of, I guess. I just haven't even looked. This one seems massive. Wow. And it's in Germany, July, so I bet they have a CFP going. When does the CFP end? All right, ends February, so I got time. Definitely want to keep that on the back burner, though. And yeah, they're using Sessionize. So I should see if Sessionize has a good list as well. Oh, but it's not really much of a directory. Hmm, interesting. Oh, I wanted that one still. DevFest Philly? Submission deadline 2015. Intellicon? Replay. Nah, probably not. Front Runners. That one could be cool. Wasm.io. Ooh, that could be cool. And yeah, I should pop all these out to a new window. CF Camp? Is that like a Cloudflare thing? CFML. I don't know what that is. Nope. Yeah, I'm going to be like on the open feature day. It's technically part of KubeCon though. So I get a free KubeCon ticket and all that. Are you going to be there? I figured saying KubeCon was a little easier and like less characters in the title, but hopefully it's not too misleading. You will be there. Yeah, let's try and meet up. I'll be leaving Wednesday morning, but that means I'll be able to go to the Tuesday night party. And yeah, I'll be doing something Monday night. I don't know what yet. So yeah, maybe Monday night would be a good chance to hang out. I'll be going to like WasamCon during the day on Monday. Yeah, I don't know. I'd say that's enough. Yeah, makes sense. No worries if not. All right, and yeah, I'm overlooking at that. All right, so we got a few popped open. Ooh, CFP for front runners. $250. It's not the biggest thing in the world. Yeah, I don't know. December 22nd, that's plenty of time. DevFest Philly? Oh, hold on one second. And yeah, you mentioned seeing if you should send a proposal for this one in Croatia late next year. Infobip. Pretty big venue. $4,000 in-person attendees? Not in that room. Like, what? I don't know about that one. I don't know. All right, so that's in September next year, it looks like. Okay. Oh, that'd be cool. See Rasmus present. Rich Harris. Oh, these are some of the previous speakers. Yeah, Charity was in there. Is she still at Postman? I think she's at a different company now, right? I'm almost positive. Yeah, I mean, I'll look at the CFP. Croatia. Sure. Here we go. CFP on Sessionize. Man, so many companies use Sessionize. Sessionize really needs like a directory where you can search. Accommodation expenses covered. Probably, does that mean the flight too? Well, and someone mentioned SIGGRAPH, right? That's a big one. Oh, this one's in Vancouver? Oh, well, that's close. August seems like some good timing. Submissions open soon. All right. Looks like the SSD is upgradable. Oh, that sounds even cooler. I went with the 1 TB. We'll see if I need to update. But yeah, if it's upgradable, then maybe when stuff bigger than 1 TB is affordable, I can just swap it out. Sounds great. That's like the biggest thing about this Mac Mini that I'm like bummed on. Now, granted, it's really slow as well. I think the M4 is going to last longer than like the SSD. Oh, proprietary format. So you're still going to be paying like the Apple Premium on it. Hopefully adapters come out though. Got it. That makes sense. I'll probably just end up doing externals again. No. So my 2014 Mac Mini is just my dev machine. That gets captured into my stream machine. If you're considering streaming, like dev especially, I would highly recommend that approach. Even for gaming, it's better too, though. So yeah, like the key reason is I could reboot my Mac Mini and not have to like stop the stream and restart. Wait, what's TB4? Thunderbolt. Oh, got it. Yeah, that seems pretty acceptable. All right, so back to our presentation stuff. All right, so then we'll have a thing about comparing algorithms. Speed and distribution. Let me get more music going, though. Ooh, this one's crunchy. This one's good. And yeah, how you doing, Bad Nintendo? Oh yeah, it's gonna get real crunchy here in a sec. All right, so this is speed. Oh, you know what? Hold on. I'm doing well. How about you, Bad Nintendo? I am just chilling. Oh, and I already asked you that. Sorry. Just thinking out loud. All right, so we'll do that. Hold on. We're going to hide that element just because it's getting in the way a little bit of some of my rendering. right? Like screenshots I might have to take. All right, so this is distribution 100. Distribution 1000. All right, so then hold on. Distribution nano ID. Yeah, trying to set up the graphs. Yeah, it definitely took some effort. It was fun though, wasn't it? Numeric. Boom. Okay, and then yeah, we're gonna have in our slides a section after, right? So we got speed, 1,000 iterations, distribution. Distribution nano ID. And then here, this is distribution. We'll do that, but it's actually just 100 numbers. All right, so then this is not nano ID numbers, but just numeric. A hiccup. And I'm not a mathematician. I think we should probably just let everyone know that automatically anyway. That should probably be up at the very start. But a hiccup. Inconsistent results. JS does some shenanigans with floating point numbers and bitwise operations. And I think it's just with bitwise operations. That'll probably be a whole new slide to then say growth book didn't have this problem. Yeah, exactly. So then this is, oh, and we don't want that to be that. Yeah, I just got a problem you want to solve with bitwise operations. Surprise, now you have two problems. So yeah, that recursion joke or regular expression joke applies for bitwise operations too. Yeah, the plural of regex is regrets. Yeah, exactly. Or let's just call this my final algorithm. You wrote your own UUID v4 generator to learn how to do that and had bitwise and regex in the code, so it sounds really accurate. Yeah, sounds about right to me too. All right, so let's do a basic version of this. What's in a hash, right? A little bit about me, how I made Vexilla. How the original worked. I didn't have any gap between those. All right, so how my original algorithm worked. Gram hash inspired by Minecraft, FNV1A, right? Uses some intense magic numbers. DJB2 was another one I was recommended. And then finally, there was all the algorithms in Node.js, such as MD5, SHA, etc., 52 in total. What you'll notice is that we had to use big int for most of them, just to make sure that we weren't truncating results in the wrong way. And this most likely had some implications for the performance results because big ints are just inherently slower than working with raw numbers. So then comparing the algorithms, we care about speed and distribution. And we should probably define those, right? Speed, how fast does the algorithm run? Why is that important? Distribution, are we getting an even subset of users based upon different values, etc.? Are we always getting 20% when we're getting users? There's going to be fluctuations, blah, blah, blah. Like I'm just doing like a rough draft, and I'll want to do like a brief bit of timing. We're going to have to make sure that image right there gets resized a bit, right, so that we can fit the whole thing in. We didn't get those images in there, but they should be in there. Numeric. There we go. All right. 100, 1000. So a hiccup, inconsistent results. JS does some shenanigans with bitwise operations, and I'll probably want to create some kind of graphic for that. Growthbook didn't have this problem. Why? Then my final algorithm there, and then thanks. So let's do a brief, like, first try at this, just to see. All right, so what's in a hash? Would a gradual rollout by any other hashing algorithm still smell as sweet? Little bit about me. I don't know why that image didn't load, but we'll deal with it. I am CM Griffing on basically all socials. I've been a software dev for around 10 years, and I am a developer advocate at GitKraken. I just started as a developer advocate at GitKraken just 6 months ago or so, and I'm really enjoying it. If you're not familiar with GitKraken, we make some developer tools to make working with your team easier and to make Git easier to reason about. So it started out as just a GUI for Git, and now we have a CLI tool. Now we have a whole bunch of stuff that is more about team collaboration than just Git. I'm also a Twitch programming streamer. I stream on Twitch probably way too much, like 5 days a week. And I'm a snowboarder. Like I spent 10 years as a snowboard bum at Stevens Pass in Washington and Mount Hood during the summers. You know, at any given moment, I'd probably rather be snowboarding. So first off, Vexilla. I am making / slowly working on my own feature flag tool. I started it in 2022, and I didn't see any services that did exactly what I wanted. A lot of them were just too expensive for my taste. A lot of them have changed that, and there's some other really cool things that I just wasn't aware about back then, like Posthog and Growthbook. But at least at the time, I didn't have a feature flag tool that I thought I could afford to use, and I didn't want to self-host some Docker container. So it's experimental. I wouldn't recommend anyone actually use my tool. I'm using it, but you probably shouldn't. Not yet, at least. So yes, am I good at marketing? No. But the cool thing about this is it's static file-based, which means it's cheap, scalable, and fast, right? If it's all of your flags and the info and metadata about them just lives in a static file on S3, it's really easy to push to CloudFront, and then bam, you've got this globally distributed file that is very fast and cheap to fetch. So no server to run, nothing crazy, you just redeploy the static file. The other part that I really like about what I built, and it wasn't this way in 2022, but it's one of the things that I thought was a differentiating factor, is that it is Git native. So if you need audit tracking or auditability of who changed a flag and when for possibly SOC 2 compliance and things like that, you get that with Git on GitHub, etc., right? Which means you also get really easy CI/CD for deployment. You don't have to have someone press a button to push it out. You just simply merge in or commit to the repo, and your actions or other pipeline type stuff just automatically pushes it out for you. So just low effort. That's the goal. In making this, I had to make my own gradual releasing. And if you're not aware of what a gradual release is in this context, it's basically being able to release out to a subset of your users, maybe 10%, just to, have them try it out and see if the feature even works for their use cases. If it keeps working, you could bump that value up to 20%, to 30%, all the way up to 100, and just gradually get there. And if you encounter a major problem, breaking bug that one user has, well, you can dial it back, or you can turn it off completely. But you still have that power with gradual releases to not have to push something out and then redeploy to do it, right? And I'll get to that here in a little bit. The goal, though, for a gradual release is that it has to consistently hash to the same subset of users. So given the same seed value and the same percentage of users that you care about, given the same user ID, that user should either get the value turned on or off consistently from page load to page load, etc. It also means that you can change your seed value and you can get a different 10 to 20% as well. And how's it going, Godbleak? So when you start thinking about releasing out to 10 to 20% of users, isn't that basically A/B testing? It is, right? Feature flags are, in my opinion, a building block to A/B testing. And A/B testing is really just graphing and recording the results of your gradual release process. Now, you might be thinking, isn't this similar to a canary release or a blue-green deployment? The big thing that is different between these two things is that feature flags have to be evaluated at runtime, whereas blue-green deployments are a build time concern. Canary releases are an entirely separate download of maybe a binary or bundled application, right? So they're like a whole opt-in for your users. So it's not the same thing at all. It's very similar to blue-green deployments, where you can start releasing out the new version of your server stuff as it's built using, different code base changes. And if it fails, you can roll it back real quick. But just remember that blue-green deployments is about build time releasing. Gradual releases are about having the same code running with just a flag in your logic determining if the thing is on or off. Which does mean that there's some effort to cleaning that up later. But that's a totally separate talk. So, yes, when you want to be given a user's ID and you want to hash them into the 20% of users that get the feature or the 80% that don't, you need some kind of algorithm to take that in to boil it down to a number between 0 and 20 or 0 and 0.2, right? To get that percentage of users. I ended up building a custom algorithm because I was worried about portability so that I could get the same results on all SDKs. I ended up having SDKs for Vexilla in 10 plus languages. I'm not going to list all of them out right now, but it was just good stream content to make SDKs in a whole bunch of different languages, and it was fun to do. The thing is, it also needs to be easy to write from scratch in unsupported languages. I really didn't relish the idea of having to write MD5 in Lua, right? And Lua doesn't ship with a lot of the other algorithms that we want to consider by default, and MD5 is probably not the ideal algorithm for gradual releases, but we're going to show some graphing here in a bit that makes that a little more obvious. And then finally, performance. Could I write a simpler algorithm that runs faster than something like MD5? Maybe. Because again, I'm not doing this for crypto reasons, right? A gradual release isn't cryptographically hashing values. You don't care about collisions because you're looking for collisions, because you're going to be boiling it down to just a number between 0 and 100, basically. So like collisions are the goal, whereas crypto hashing algorithms are focused on something different. So I was wondering if maybe my custom naive implementation could somehow be faster. Now, here's how my original algorithm worked. It's very naive. All I do is I take in a string and a seed value. I split that string out into individual characters. I get the hash value to start at 0, and I just take the character code for each character in the string that I'm hashing, add it all up together, and then do a bunch of like math magic of taking the hash value, multiplying it by a seed, then multiplying it by 42, because obviously answered the question of life, the universe, and everything. And then I modulo by 100 and divide by 100. And that gives me a value between 0 and 100. So very simple, very naive, and most likely going to have some issues that we're going to uncover here later. There's some other algorithms that I wanted to test and evaluate. This one I'm calling Graham Hash, but I believe my friend Graham from my Twitch stream found this from like the Minecraft source code or something, right? And keep in mind that it's using a bunch of magic numbers that are not proprietary to Minecraft, so there's no way that they could really claim this is some unique special thing. And really, yes, I do the same, taking every character, splitting it, adding them all up, multiplying that value by a magic number of 9301, then adding the value 49297 to it, multiplying that by the seed, and then doing a modulo by this 233,000 value, and then dividing by that same value. Again, just getting a value between 0 and 100. All of these magic numbers date back like 40 plus years. They're super old. The next one, which was recommended to me by a security researcher that I was chatting with at like some barbecue or something, was FNV, and then technically the latest version is FNV 1A. And, what you're going to discover is that a lot of these kind of involve magic numbers in some way. FNV has its own specific magic numbers, such as the FNV32 offset basis and prime values. Now, keep in mind, this is the 32-bit version of FNV. There's also a 64-bit version, but because I'm working in JavaScript right now, 64-bit is basically all we can do without having to go out to big num. And, big number is, theoretically slower. I can just operate within 32 bits and probably have just as good of a performance and distribution, etc., as otherwise. What we can see is we end up encoding the text to a byte array, which is kind of fun. Then we, get a total to start at the basis, and we start looping over the length of the byte array that we got. That byte array is then, moduloed by itself, or exponentially multiplied by the byte that we're at. So the existing total is then multiplied, to the power of the byte. And then we take that total and multiply it by the FNV32 prime. From there, we just do our modulo 100, divide by 100, and then an absolute value of the result. And voila, we get a number between 0 and 100. Finally, there's this other one, DJB32. Is this a XOR? I think you're right. Yeah, that's not the power. That's Azor. Good call. That's Azor. Good correction. Thank you. Right? So that's the bitwise operation that ends up biting us later. Yeah. Good call. I got to remember that. And then finally, there's this DJB32, at which point, yes, we started another magic number of hash value being 5,381. Yeah, math.pow is that. Yep. And then we see some bitwise operations. We see using character code at, and then voila, our divided by 100, or sorry, modulo 100, then divide by 100. So you're going to see that as a pattern quite a bit because I'm looking for a value between 0 and 100. And then finally, we consider that Node.js has 52 hashing algorithms built into the crypto package. I figured that was one of the easiest ways to compare against all the other hashing algorithms out there and see if what we're doing is the right path, or if I should just use something established like an MD5. Here we see that I just create a hash using the algorithm that we chose. I update it with the content, which is basically going to be our string, and then we're going to digest it as hex. We're going to take that hex and put it into a big int, or big number approach. We then digest that by moduloing by 496 as a big int, turn that into a regular number again, and then divide it by 4096. So this is how we're also getting that 0 to 100, but we used 4096 instead of 100. But it's still, because we're using the same number that we moduloed by to divide, we obviously end up getting a percentage value. So when we talk about comparing these algorithms, we need to consider two main things. The speed at which we're done, because that was an assumption I made earlier, but then also the distribution. Are we going to get a good even distribution across the spectrum of 0 to 100 after doing so? And the goal is to have it be, like our middle 50% should be the middle 50% from 25 to 75, and our outliers should stretch out to the edges. So let's consider, at least first, the speed. And as we look at the speed, and yes, I'll improve the graphs so they're more visible, but we're just doing a practice run. I'm already at 13 minutes, so I'm going to have to speed this way up. We see the speed distribution from, we're only doing the 5 to 95% distribution to ignore outliers. What we see is that my custom hashing algorithm has some really, really bad speed like outliers. And it's not even just the last 5%, it's like all the way through. So that's not ideal. Like our main chunk is definitely like lower, but the fact that this could eventually be slower is not ideal because that actually means that someone could be doing feature flagging on their hot path, and that's not ideal. So yeah, you could run into issues with that. What we see here, also in the list, we see GB32 and GB64. We see the gram hash. The GBs are Growthbook's hashing algorithm. Because they're open source, we can just go look at it, and it turns out that they're basically FNV based with just a slight difference. So speed-wise, we already recognize that my custom algorithm, even though it's like really fast, ends up having some of the worst outliers, and that's actually true across all of these really fast ones, or most of them at least. From there, we want to consider distribution. What we can look at is the GB32 hybrid. In our test, remember, this is only over 100 iterations. It's a pretty good distribution, but it's not exactly at the 25 and 75 numbers for like the middle graph section there. Its middle point is also not directly at the 50%, mark. Whereas our custom algorithm is doing pretty good with that for using string IDs. So, even though our hashing algorithm that we created isn't the right for speed cases, we get a pretty good distribution across at least like the middle chunk. But we recognize that the upper chunk, we're missing a good, upper 5%, upper 8% of the results, which means that we're not actually spreading as far as we want, which would give us inconsistent results for our user base. We see gram hash doesn't work great. And one thing to remember is that 100 iterations or 100 users, you're never going to get that great of a distribution. And we can see pretty much just inconsistent results all the way through. When we go up to 1,000, well, then we see a lot better. And GB32 hybrid nails it. GB32 old nails it. Our custom value, pretty good, and it's getting closer, but still not quite to that 100%. So again, like, we're getting like better, more consistent results here, but even just the raw FNV1A doesn't get us that nice, easy, like 50% in the middle value. So something to consider, some stuff to figure out. We see GB64, is not quite in the middle. GB32 is really good though. And this is just over this subset of 1,000 iterations. But not everyone has numbers for their IDs. What if you're trying to hash your user IDs that are numeric? Well, that's where we run into some real issues. My custom algorithm totally fails. DJB2 totally fails. Graham's hashing algorithm totally fails. We see a less consistent distribution from some of these others as well, and it becomes a little tricky. But remember, this is over 100 iterations. If we go to 1,000, it doesn't improve my distribution nearly enough. It doesn't improve Graham's nearly enough. Now, these are ordered based upon their speed still, just to make sure that we're getting some of that. But because we still want it to be fast enough, but we want a good distribution from them. So we're still going to be sorting and filtering, or sorting by the speed, and we want maybe the fastest one with the best distribution, and we see that Growthbook and FNV1A are really nailing it there. So pretty good stuff. Yeah, so here at 1,000 iterations, pretty good. But there was a hiccup. We get inconsistent results from JavaScript due to some bitwise shenanigans. And I would probably link out to the blog post about it here. The basic gist is that JavaScript is using 64-bit numbers, but when bitwise operations are happening, it's actually converting them back to 32-bit and then 64 again, like to do the bitwise operation. That's something that's encoded into the JavaScript spec and not something we'll be able to fix easily. So, well, hold on. Growthbook does get a consistent result between the Go and the JavaScript, where, JavaScript isn't doing those shenanigans. They do some other bitwise shenanigans that actually improve the result. So Growthbook didn't have this problem. Let's look at what they did. And, taking a little bit of what they did, mixing it with kind of like how I need the final output to be created, we end up getting my final algorithm, which is basically a hybrid of Growthbook's and my own. So I hope you enjoyed that journey into understanding and discovering what makes a good hashing algorithm for feature flagging. Hope you understand that it's not meant to be the same as like cryptographic hashing, because we're expecting collisions in this. And I just hope you thought it was fun how we evaluated these and kind of worked around some issues that we had. So thank you for letting me give this talk, and enjoy the rest of KubeCon. All right, so we're at 18 minutes. That is way too slow. I think I spent way too much time. I think I spent way too much time on the Vexilla part. I probably don't need to do nearly as much about the Get Kraken part. I can definitely talk through my stuff quicker. Why a custom algorithm? I think that part matters. How my original algorithm worked. And then from here, I'll have to go over go through these much faster. I wish it was a full-length talk. Yeah. Here's the thing, if you're doing a full-length talk, they want 25 minutes in most conferences. And most of my stuff ends up getting around the 15 to 20 minute mark. So that's the tougher part there. Let me get more music going. I can definitely talk through these other algorithms quicker. Speed and distribution. I can definitely go faster over these. All right, so what would be a good way to graph this? I think we're going to use TL draw for it. How do I make it dark mode? Is there no way to make this dark mode? Ah, here we go. All right, number. Result. Let's do bitwise operation. How do we feel about this graphic so far? I'm sure there's something I could do better about it. You were using my monospaced font? So my font is not monospaced. If you're looking for a monospaced version, there's Comic New. Maybe it's not Comic New. Hold on, it's Comic Mono. Well, I mean, I made Drama Sans, but Drama Sans is not monospaced. Comic Mono is not something I made. we feel about this graphic? I'd say it's probably good enough. All right, so then what I want to do here is max h think those values are going to change. And this one is nano ID instead of numeric. What's up, Jerome? How you doing? I'm just drinking tea right now. Probably have a whiskey here in like a half hour to an hour. Oh, it's because the pathing is messed up. Oh, and those are way off because it's not components. There we go. All right, and I spent a lot of time on gradual releases as well. All right, so for the speed one, we're going to say that one's max height of 50. There we go. For this one, we'll say that is 50 as well. All right, and instead of this background image, hold on. Let's find... Right, is there some public domain Shakespeare image we can use? That is not a large image. I'm not a big fan of this song. We're going to skip it. Actually, I think I'm kind of like over that whole album. There we go. That actually looks pretty good. How do we feel about it? Almost want to left align it. All right, and instead of their blue, is there some like branding color we can look at for like OpenFeature Summit? They're also just kind of blue. Dabba dee dabba die. Oh, they're doing a gradient though. So let's grab that gradient. I feel like it looks pretty good. Now hold on. Is it? Let's see this. I'm wondering if there's a way to like color brand that background even better. Yeah, so they're doing background image. Oh, I wonder. Right, so what I want to do then is convert these values to RGBA. Oh, never mind, that worked. To RGB 0, 81, 181. So 64, 66, 169. And yeah, we're not quite done yet. Uh, 64, 66, 169. Nice. And we'll say 0.4. Did that do what we're expecting? A little bit. I think we could crank that up. There we go. All right, and what's the element? Oh. Damn it. Okay, so here's the tough part. We'd have to, like, eject our theme. Yeah, let me grab this value. We'll comment that for now. Yeah, I think no matter what, we just have to eject the theme. So slidev theme eject. Hmm. All right, so now it's ejected into the .theme directory. All right, so that should be good. And with that ejection, we would then change it to ./theme. All right, and then instead of the 0.4, how do we feel about that? Pretty good? All right, so then from there, what I think I want to do is let's try and put these inside of a div. And we'll do class. We don't need the text left, but we do need bg dash rounded LG. And we'll do like a P8. Will it blend? Okay, it's not bad. All right, so yeah, we'll want to make these look a bit prettier, right? We got some slides that are somewhat empty. And yeah, you know what? 4 o'clock, I think we can have a whiskey. I do have to go pee, so I'll be right back. Give me a second. Alrighty. Alright, so anyone got any major feedback for me? About stuff that, you know, could look better, could be better, could use a better explanation. Things like that. I think number one, there's a lot of like space on these slides, so I may want to set like a max width on some of these code blocks. Some of them get pretty long. We can always kick them out to new lines, though. So yeah, I think that's something I'll do. We'll set a max width on code blocks to maybe 60 VW. First slide. Oh, you're talking about this slide? Yeah, I think that's fine. Honestly, I'll probably be shaving the mustache pretty much like right when I get back from JS Nation. I might stick it out for most. I'm probably going to shave it at some point before November ends because I don't care. Like, no shave, no November, no nut November. I don't give a shit about any of that. It's just a good excuse to grow out the mustache. People ask less questions. A bad mustache is more acceptable during this month. You're saying on this image, like the rounded border? Yeah, I think that's something we could fix. Yeah, for the images that are taking up like a side, we should fix that. And I think I'm doing that part manually, aren't I? So that should be maybe an easier fix. Oh, I think I'm doing that in the style.css. Yeah, hold on. I think it's that one. Nah, I think, yeah, for these ones where it's like the whole sidebar, I think I just want to do that. I think it looks better. Rounded borders for these other things are fine, but yeah, for that one, less ideal. Right? Like, I'm definitely going to round the borders on these, you know? No, it's fine. Like, I think it's better without the rounded borders on it. I feel like some kind of graphic would be good on this one, right? Of showing like a gradual release. Oh, disk is almost full. I have very little I could actually clear out. Oh, there was actually quite a bit we could clear out there. What up, Janhua? How you doing? Yeah, I would say you're right up at the time where it would probably be too late. So, like, if you want to try and switch to an in-person ticket, I bet there's a way to do that. I just don't know, like, if it's worth trying to get time off work for it or not. I would say best case scenario, try and get it to an in-person ticket so that maybe you can go to the after party on Tuesday. Oh no, that's fine. Did you reach out to him? Were they able to change it? If you need me to get in touch with them, I can do that too. You sent an email? Okay, so you already sent it. I can send an email too if you want. And yeah, I don't know. I didn't see what the form was like or anything, but yeah, I was under the impression it was an in-person ticket, so it was confusing when you showed the image of it just being remote. Okay, so let's go back to TL draw here. Let's add a new page. Page 2. Right, so A might be all your other users, B is a subset of those users, and we can just do this as the image. Oh, that's awesome. Hell yeah, John, huh? All right, so then this, we're gonna make that image right. And I want to check something here. How much space do we actually have available? 3 gigs. Oh my god. The new Mac Mini couldn't come soon enough. Ugh. No, it won't. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably it. Like, if I ordered just a base model, I'd probably have it by now. But then we'd be having the same problem about storage space in another, like, 2 years. So, yeah, definitely worth the update. Let me do one thing here real quick. Need to check in for my flight tomorrow. Oh yeah, I ordered it like 2 weeks ago. Pretty much like a couple days right after they announced it. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, if you need to be portable. Oh, departing from. Yeah, I picked the wrong city. Well, that would make sense. Okay, there we go. So yeah, 1 second. Let me check in for my flight tomorrow. And yeah, I won't be streaming tomorrow. It just doesn't make sense. My flight leaves at 3:53, so I'd have to kind of leave here at like 2-ish. What do you call it? Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, you're making a. Yeah, I see what you're doing there. Why didn't this one have my program number? Yeah, hold on. Ah, no stream until Wednesday. Exactly. But yeah, how's everyone doing today? You got any fun plans? How do they not have my mileage program number? This is so annoying. I'll just do this part later. I got all night. Yeah, just super annoying. Yeah, on that note, let's make a beverage. The whiskey is Trade Water, a small batch bourbon crafted by Barton, 1792. I don't know where the perforation on this thing is. There it is. It's a little stronger than I typically prefer. Hey, what up, Mr. Sir? It's Jay Phils. Did you ever have a chance to ask any of your Sapabap or Salesforce colleagues? I totally get it if you forgot, like, no problem. Also, you know, if they just decided they didn't want to do it, that's totally fine too. I think it was actually on me. I was like, oh, I'll send you a link and they can schedule it, right? And I messed up scheduling. No, and I think I forgot to send you a link as well. So, yeah, I'll try and remember tonight. I take the blame on that one. You proposing any talks for Render ATL or any of those, like React Miami, etc.? The CFPs for both of those end on like December 10th or something like that. So if you end up wanting to propose a talk, make sure you get it in before then. Shooting a proposal to render? Nice. Yeah, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to try and shoot like a couple talk proposals as well as like maybe even like a Git focused workshop. I think that could be cool. Cool. Not sure how I feel about this one. It was probably cheap for a reason. Yeah, you got any you know, maybe spoiler alert, what is your proposal going to be about? Let me water it down just a slight bit. Unlock the flavor. Oh, that sounds amazing. Oh, that sounds really good. I like that. I definitely look forward to prepping for middle senior management. I'll watch that talk. That sounds great. Okay. It's not a bad whiskey. I wouldn't consider this a good sipping whiskey. I consider Four Roses a good sipping whiskey, pretty much all of their flavors. It was cheap at the grocery store. Normally, like from the grocery store nearby, I tend to get just the Four Roses yellow label because I'm not trying to get like a super fancy one. I do my most of my alcohol shopping at Costco. I just haven't had a chance to get to a Costco. But yeah, Trade Water. It's not bad. I think that's the name, yeah? Yeah. Trade Water. It's from Barton Distillery. It doesn't seem very, like, aged. It's pretty good heavily watered down, though. Pretty good heavily watered down. Yeah, yes. In my opinion, it's definitely not a sipping whiskey. Um, I bet it would be really good in Coca-Cola. I didn't pick up any Coca-Cola, though. Yeah, yeah, exactly. But hold on. So, Jianhua, real quick, you were supposed to have jury duty. You were kicked off last minute. Your team was super happy that you didn't have to be gone for 2 weeks. Yeah, I bet, dude. That would suck. So then maybe that's why you might be able to make it to JS Nation now, right? Because you were planning on doing that jury duty, didn't have to, so now you might be able to get like a proper day off for that. I'm guessing. Yeah, awesome. I've never done jury duty. I don't necessarily want to dig into why. If you're curious, hang out on gaming stream tonight and ask me again. Oh, you left Honeycomb. Oh, okay. Starting out on a newish venture next week, full-time contracting in interim / advisory roles. There you go, 8. Nailed it. Yeah, sounds about right there, Chaotic. Yeah, I moved around so much when I was younger that I'm pretty sure they just like removed me from the like send a request kind of thing around. Because I was never like living in the state when they were like sending it to me. Pretty sure that was probably it. So there you go. All right, I can tell you. I had to think about whether it was worth sharing that. You'll be supporting the C-suite and setting up their R&D division to achieve their 3-year vision. Could turn into a head of role, mutual option for contract continuation, safety clauses if it ends early for any reason other than performance. Yeah, super nice. I'm guessing you can't share the company at the moment, right? I'd be really curious what that role is next time we chat. And yeah, I feel like it's been a while since we've seen you here. So yeah, if you want to check it out, we got this thing called Giffium. You can share more next week. Yeah, exactly. Oh, interesting, Genhua. So yeah, we built this thing called Giffium. We got more work to do on it, but yeah, probably won't get to do that today. I need to submit. Hold on, when does the Solid Hack things kick off? November 14th is when submissions close. So I got to submit by then, but, you know, we can keep hacking on it probably. But yeah, basically, JFills, if we were to click next, we end up getting this like shareable code snippet. Right? And then we can take it and generate it into a GIF that is then actually shareable. So keep in mind, there's some like bugs with it, stuff we got to fix that I just haven't had any time to work on since I've been out of town. And then, bam, we get this shareable GIF. And yeah, this is where like one of the bugs is. But yeah, then we could take this, download it, and post it to social media. And we'd be good to go. I'm gonna do this real quick because I've been meaning to do this for a bit. Using Wasm to do so? Sure. I guess because if you're using Wasm, you can use it on any backend rather than having to rely upon like some Python BS or something. Yeah, I think the trickiest part with that is it requires like some machine learning ish kind of stuff. And then you're relying upon, well, is that machine learning written in C++ or something that compiles to Wasm well? Yeah, I get that, but like, you're gonna need some LLM compiled to Wasm, right? Like Wasm isn't just some magic sauce. Wasm is just a compatibility layer for things that can compile to it. Yeah, sure. The problem is like a lot of those models are not written in C++ or Rust. So you'd have to kind of like port existing models, similar to how the person who made Whisper.cpp had to basically rewrite Whisper into C++. So that'll be like the trickiest part for you. And then there's also the concern of like, well, yeah, how big are the models for doing such a thing, right? If you're using a large model, that's a gig. How long does that take to load in? I'm not trying to naysay it. I'm trying to like give you just more things to think about. That's all. Right? Like if you weren't aware of some of the constraints, we can at least like back and forth about them real quick. Yeah. No, I think it's a great idea. Like really awesome idea. These are just some of the constraints that like spring to mind. Exactly. Sure. So yeah, like a big thing would be taking what Whisper, which is Python code, right? Taking that and comparing it to whisper.cpp and seeing what that conversion was like. You'll end up probably having to do a very similar thing for other LLM stuff. That's all. Something to think about. Definitely like way outside my scope. But like realistically, a lot of computer vision stuff is C++, but that's for like extracting text that's in the image, which might be a good first step. Yeah, and that makes sense, but really they're just compiling whisper.cpp into the Wasm, and then they're just bringing the Wasm into like a Rust runtime for Wasm, which is totally doable, but not exactly the same thing. But very cool idea. I'd love to see how far you get with it. It would make some cool stream content, wouldn't it? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Hey, hey. Yeah, exactly. I bet. Yeah, after a couple chats I've had with people at like GitHub Universe and just some other chats in general, I think I'm getting to the point where I want to try like pitching some VCs on some of my side projects. So that would be kind of fun. I was definitely looking at traditional VC, definitely not nonprofit, and private equity like wants to own the entire company. I think I'm less keen on that. Right? Private equity seems to me like something I'd pursue when I'm ready to sell, right? Like private equity seems like an exit strategy rather than like a ramping up strategy. I could be wrong. But yeah, in most cases, from what I understand, private equity wants to own the business outright, not just be a part of it. There may be private equity that also dabbles in VC, but like VC is basically, you can have many different stakeholders, whereas private equity, you have the one stakeholder. Now, internally to that private equity, it's made up of many people, but you're still dealing with like the one stakeholder. Yeah, I think the biggest thing for me is that most of those companies prefer co-founders. So I'd need to find like a co-founder I trust that I'm willing to work with like for the long haul, etc. Oh, okay. So they don't want to own the whole thing per se, but they do want to be the only firm on the cap table. Got it. Okay. Sure. And I could see that working. I guess the hardest part is like how much are they like trying to put forward? So like if you're doing that, you need to get to like profitability way quicker, right? So realistically, I'd probably want to go and bootstrap first and then talk to a PE firm, right? Yeah, interesting. Very compelling. I'll have to like think a lot more on that. I had an interesting idea recently too that's like it's very like simple, compared to like some of the other businesses I want to launch. It's incredibly simple, which is why I don't want to necessarily like say the whole thing right now. I would probably end up building it as an open source tool anyway that people can like launch and host themselves on Cloudflare, but then eventually roll it into like a cloud platform where I'm handling like SAML and other BS. So my goal would be to like write the open source version and then start pitching people on like, but yes, imagine if we just had this as a cloud service that people, enterprises paid for. Angel investing is great for like pre-seed. I just wonder like like how viable it is for like post pre-seed, right? Like how many angel investors are actually involved in like Series A type rounds? Probably a lot less. Especially once you get towards like B, C, D, etc. I don't know. I'm very curious about all this. I'm very much a newbie. I need to put my hat in the ring eventually anyway, just to understand it. I think one interesting thing is, and without getting too political, how much are interest rates gonna change and what that could eventually mean. Like I don't know what their plan is for that. Technically that's something that like JPOW controls, right? Is that like a FCC thing or whatever? No, or FTC? I forget what role JPOW has, but yeah, I'm curious about that. Exactly. Once interest rates are lower again, then it'll be like really crazy. They did go down a little bit there, chaotic, but it's not nearly to the point where like VC is like, well, it's no longer guaranteed money, like we're losing money by not investing. Right? Zero interest rate phenomenon is what created all sorts of like crazy venture capital investments, right? A guaranteed 5% is something that most people can just kind of bank on. Yeah, exactly, right? I'd love to see some kind of graph of like the number of VC firms like over time. The Bear Stearns thing is, yeah. Or hold on. No, I'm thinking Glass Steagall, right? Glass Steagall, was that repealed? Yeah. So the repeal of Glass Steagall led to the 2008 financial crisis, theoretically. Yeah, for sure. And for the most part, yes, it led to that crash, but it also led to the zero interest rate phenomenon as well, like it being repealed. So yeah, man, we need another New Deal, right? We need someone progressive like FDR. That'll be the only thing that actually like brings back the middle class. And yeah, so here's the thing. From like here to the right is all my like working tabs. From there to the left is the archive. So I do have more tabs right now than I normally would. Yeah, you'd never get the right wing to vote for that though. Yeah, like it didn't used to be the case that the right wing was the religious wing. By commingling those things, they are incentivized to just not be okay with legal weed, which is crazy. Especially if because they're ignoring the results. Legal weed reduces the usage of weed, actually, like massively, especially among kids and like high schoolers. Oh, it's legal? Well, that it loses its fun at that point. Which it totally did. It absolutely did, Jay. Like that's the worst part. Yeah, federally legal I think is a very smart move. Whoever ends up doing it. And based upon who ends up doing it, certain media agencies will either be for or against it. See, that's the crazy part. Like, oh, yeah. Like, the licensing stuff gets crazy. Like, consider Colorado, where legally you can grow 6 plants. How many people actually do it, though? Not enough for it to have harmed the economy for it. But other states are like, well, no, if people can grow their own, why would they buy any? Because the effort of growing your own is effort, right? But still, like, allowing people to grow their own, like, it's freedom, you know? It's so weird to me that the freedom people are so anti-freedom when it comes to certain things. Yeah, Washington had their, like, lotteries early. And Washington does a cool thing where you can't own a farm and a dispensary at the same time. You can't do it. Like, that is, like, completely illegal. I think that is one of the smartest things they've done because it prevents the monopoly. You know, if you allow growers to own the dispensaries, then you're going to get into, like, a Coca-Cola problem, you know, where Coca-Cola and Pepsi own everything, right? Right, and it you know, starts to lead to a bunch of collusion and BS. I'd be curious how many, like, corn farms Coca-Cola owns, you know? Just for the sake of the corn syrup. Oh, that sounds terrible, Jay. Oh, that sounds like the worst thing ever. That's a really bad policy. Oh, so it's county based. Okay. And I think technically I was born in the county that San Jose is in, right? Because that's the same county as, like, Palo Alto, etc. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I had to travel all the way down there when I went to GitHub Universe just to get my birth certificate again. Because I lost the first one. I don't know where it is. So I should be able to get a passport here soon. That'll be cool. I've never traveled internationally. Ever. Yeah, I'm probably going to expedite my passport as much as I can. I just need to, like, do that. I'm just not home enough, you know? Sydney, Australia, huh? Okay. Yeah, I'm looking more at, like, it'd be fun to travel to, like, the Alps. Like, basically, the only reason I'll travel internationally is to go snowboarding. Ideally, I would travel internationally to get, you know, like, to talk at a conference, get the flight over there covered, even if it's just one way. Get the hotel covered while I'm in town and then just go snowboard, like, while I'm in Europe. That sounds pretty good to me. That makes sense. I know you can actually just, like, you can pay extra to expedite it, too. For reasons I don't want to dig into on stream, I definitely want to get my passport sooner rather than later. Now, I've heard it's actually pretty good. Yeah. Exactly. I've heard land is pretty cheap in Japan. I'd love to move to, like, Hokkaido. That'd be pretty cool. Heading to Germany? Just in case. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. I think it'd be pretty cool. I would love to live over in, like, Hokkaido, etc. Like, you know. Even just in Tokyo, they got, like, indoor snowboarding. That sounds amazing, too. I'd love to go snowboard indoor somewhere. Like, oh, man. Aruba? Jamaica? Ooh, I want to make it. Ooh, I want to take it to... Da, 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 da. Sorry, I don't remember the lyrics to that song. Yeah. Something about Kokomo, right? Yeah, exactly. Chaotic. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I've heard the same because the exchange rate and a whole bunch of stuff is, like, good for that. You'll definitely be taking another trip back. Nice. Yeah, if I want to go live there, I'm going to have to learn Japanese, right? How hard could it be? I've heard it's actually really hard. So, yeah. That's the tough part. I wonder if there's any good, like, expat communities over there. That'd be kind of cool. Yeah, that sounds brutal. Oh, that's another good question there for Will, and the answer is definitely no. Right? Yeah, learning a new programming language is the same as learning a new speaking language, right? Tomato, tomato. All right, let's keep looking at our slides. X Factor, isn't that a spell from Harry Potter? Pretty sure it is. But yeah, hold on. So yeah, Sydney, what impressed you was the food, the public transit, and there's a tech scene there too. Yeah, I've just heard it's, like, kind of shit wages for devs, etc. Oh, gotcha. That makes sense. X Factor. I get it now. Yeah, which is why I need to like start a business rather than being a wage slave, you know? Let me get more music going. This is a short album, but let's check it out. Let's see if it's any good. Damn right. No, I think realistically, any business I spin out that would get like VC funding would end up being spun out to its own business. Right? Like a Delaware C Corp. Pretty sure that's like required for VC investment. If it's something I'm bootstrapping, it'll just live under Whirligig Labs, right? But if it's something that I want to seek investment for, it'll be spun out into its own thing. Yeah. Yeah, right now I'm just an LLC. It's easier to move from LLC to C Corp than vice versa. So, yeah, that's why I did Whirligig as a LLC. Even though, like, I'd end up spinning it out anyway. Yeah, for sure. Realistically, I would find a founder who actually is like meticulous and detail oriented for those kind of things. Right? Like, I definitely need someone to do like the business stuff, right? Like making sure forms are filed on time, etc. I'm not the person for that. I think I could do basically every other part. But when it comes to like filing the forms and doing all that BS, I really need an AI or a person to keep me on task for that stuff. I'm sure a business manager would help me do that shit too, right? And probably cheaper than a co-founder. Tech finance, tech sales. Yeah, exactly. For sure. In my opinion, they would also need to be the person that makes sure all like forms are filed on time, etc. I am totally fine with product vision and all that stuff. I think I have the chops for product vision and like even like managing the teams to build that stuff. But I really need someone to manage like the day-to-day, or maybe not even day-to-day, but just like the minutia, the paperwork. Right? Tax filing, like all that BS. That would be my ideal co-founder. But realistically, I could just hire someone to do that too, right? No. So like the day-to-day minutia is just about like form filing. Like just someone who is very much like the opposite of me when it comes to, oh hey, someone just texted me. I'll totally get back to them. 3 weeks later, oh hey, yeah, I totally meant to text you back. I opened the text and read it and then forgot about it. Right? I'm that kind of person. I know this. I know this about myself. Exactly, Gokton. Yeah, for sure. I need a business partner who is not that kind of person, that will tolerate me being that kind of person. So that's tough. That's a hard sell right there. Yeah, I mean, to get VC investment, most VC firms require a co-founder situation rather than like a solo founder. And I understand why. Like, if a VC investor heard me saying this, there's no way they'd invest in me. They would need to see a co-founder that can fill in that gap, you know? When it comes to like product vision and all that shit, oh no. Like, I know exactly like how I want to evolve pretty much every project I got. I know what like the things to do to build towards like, building the customer base might be. But yeah. Yep. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's tough. It is tough. Yeah, that's smart. My LLC is bordering on just a sole proprietorship, and I think that's fine for bootstrapping. But at some point, some things will start making money, and then I need to spin them out into a separate business. Yeah, I mean, that's tough. If you end up getting into like a lawsuit or whatever and you're doing the single member pass through thing, any good corporate lawyer would be able to pierce that corporate veil. And it's like you were doing a sole proprietorship anyway, right? So, yeah, like anytime you end up having actual liability, you need to spin that out instead. Sure. You still need to show that it's more than just you. Otherwise, you're still in the same boat. Especially if you're doing like cash injections yourself and like some of that stuff for like the day to day, like the budgets and blah blah blah, right? But yeah, let's continue styling some of this while we chat. Doesn't mean I'm trying to like cut the conversation short. Just means I want to at least continue working a bit while we're chatting about this. And the big thing I want to do right now is split this into a two column approach. This is not advice. Yeah, right? You could be hallucinating as bad as an LLM that we asked about this would hallucinate as well. Totally get it. Yep. Got to do that I anal disclaimer right there. I am not a lawyer for anyone whose mind is in the gutter. Ian Alex Hart mentioned We haven't seen them for a while. And hey, what's up, Ninjatron? How you doing, Mr. Sir? Yeah, exactly. For sure, X Factor. Definitely necessary. This is Twitch chat, you know? Like, I know people were thinking it. Not too bad, though? Hell yeah. Are you over on Blue Sky yet? I'm creating, like, a starter pack on Blue Sky. I want to make sure I'm adding people to it. You are? All right, yeah. Like, friend me over there if you get a chance, and I'll remember to add you to the the Tech Twitch starter pack that I'm like trying to maintain. Oh, he has a good starter pack too. Okay, nice. Yeah, I wasn't sure if they had them. Like those guys aren't in mine, so I need to fix that. Yeah, mine is like purely focused on Twitch streamers. I'm adding like software and game dev, but at some point, like splitting them out to like one for software, one for game dev would make sense. Awesome, thank you. Yeah, I don't have it nearly set up enough, so I'll have to do that. But yeah, I'll totally get you added there, and I'll make sure to follow you as well. Yeah, I've pretty much given up on doing anything like properly social with Twitter at this point. Like I'm not even going to continue to stream to it. But I'll do announcements and some of those things on it. Just cuz. See, I'll treat Blue Sky as the place to actually be social. I don't know if I've seen that. Like, they don't give you, like, view numbers, which I think would be really nice. Because I find those numbers addicting. That would be one way that they could really, like, fuel people staying over there. Sure, right. Yeah, X's algorithm just seems so predatory. Right? I've spent way too much time trying to appease it, trying to figure out what it likes and what it doesn't. I'd rather be on a platform that doesn't massively neuter you just because you posted a link to some other platform or a link to anywhere. Exactly, but, you know, only a matter of time before that changes because bots realize that it's worth doing. I love those posts where like someone's like Elon says some bullshit about like there's so much less bots, and then someone replies to him with like yeah, and totally I lost my password. I'm looking for a way to do finance, and they list like all the things that the bots are going to reply to, and then they totally prove Elon wrong. Right? They get like 1,000 replies of just the bullshit bot spam. Those are some of my favorite like posts to see, like or like screenshots that I see over on Reddit or whatever. Yeah, asking about like I need some emotes for my Twitch stream. Like boom, like oh my god, holy shit, dude. I just said those words out loud. I'm fucked. Oh no, they're gonna be in my Discord here real soon. Shit. Not gonna lie, I am gonna be sad to see this mustache go. I'll probably be shaving it here in like 2 or 3 weeks. Just because, I don't know. Meh. I like the idea of like the Shakespeare thing. Like, so you got the mustache, the soul patch, and a little bit of a goatee. My soul patch and goatee are just so thin still. They're just, it ends up being gross. This is not a fake mustache. Nope. This is not a, what is it? An Instagram filter. There's a fair bit of gray in it. But yeah, the fact that it takes me like 3 months to grow a decent mustache. Yeah, way simpler upkeep. And also, I don't know how, like, I don't know. I'm single at the moment. I gotta be thinking towards, like, the dating scene. I think I'm better off in the dating scene without it. I don't know for sure. I need to figure out some way to, like, assess that. Ooh, do I do a Twitter post that brings out the ladies? No lady likes kissing someone with a mustache. I really do hope you know that, right? No lady likes kissing someone with a mustache. That shit sucks. They hate it. Right? The random makeout sessions are way worse with a mustache. Now, granted, is that like the best scenario to pick for dating? Well, you might be onto something. No, I've simply heard from women that they don't like kissing people with mustaches, like categorically. Categorically. I've heard plenty of ladies complain about it. I've never heard a single lady say she doesn't mind kissing someone with a mustache. So that's very anecdotal evidence. Take it or leave it. But it's a thing. Maybe that's how you actually find a partner. They're willing to kiss you even though you have a mustache, right? And I would also say, are you sure you've never kissed a girl with a mustache? Not even like the fuzz that you can barely see? Some people won't date someone without a mustache? That sounds very anecdotal to me. Okay, so there you go. That's a good take. Do you not have a strong jaw? I'm kidding. I don't either. So fuck it. Like whatever. Interesting. No, it was a bad joke. Sorry. It's not like I have a strong jaw. Especially with like the double chin filling out. Oh no. Sure, there it's bad, but it feels all right. I was walking like 3 miles a day while I was down in Arizona because one of my coworkers like walks everywhere, kind of thing. Your ex always wanted you with facial hair too? Interesting. All right. All right, here's what I'm going to have to do. I'm going to have to take the photo I have, right? Let's go back to the start. I'm going to have to, like, hold on, let's refresh. I'm not sure why those images keep failing. That's a little annoying, actually. Oh, there we go. I'm going to have to retake that photo with and without a mustache. Do a poll somewhere. Yeah, I want to somehow A/B test this theory. Like, I need to create 2 Tinder accounts. One only has without a mustache. One only has with a mustache. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, like, without the mustache, I look younger. And that's, like, the biggest reason as well. Well, yeah, there you go, Robotic Head. Touche. I would wonder, though, like, in your community, isn't it the same thing? Like, you know, do you not have people complain about the mustache either? I guess, granted, you've had the same partner for a while, so it's a little tougher. Really? Okay. All right, well, there you go. Okay. Same results, 0 matches. Statistically insignificant. Touche. Didn't change a thing. Interesting there, Robotic Head. Okay, I get it. I do think the looking younger thing is worth it for me at this point. At the age of 40, if I could date 30-year-olds by just shaving the mustache, would that be better? It's all fun and games until the beanie comes off and they see the hairline, though, right? All right, so let's do that. Let's split this out into 2 columns, and then maybe an image goes below, but I really think just, you know, I think it'd be fine. I don't know if the gray hairs matter that much. No, and I get that. I get that. I'm less judging of that, but, you know, to each their own. But yeah, I guess when I was down in Scottsdale, now granted, bartender was a dude, but dude asked me how old I was because he probably saw the gray hair. He's like, dude, how old are you? I was like, I'm 40. I think he was like questioning whether he needed to like check my ID, but he was like, the gray hair made him like question it. But he even then chimed in like, damn, you look great for 40, man. All right. Thanks, bartender. I think. You know, like, holy shit. Like, why did you ask, though? I do attribute it all to snowboarding. Like, looking young, yeah. Snowboarding for 10 years out of high school, right? And I covered up so the sun didn't, like, destroy my skin. It definitely kept me young. Like, it is a very stress-free life. I was snowboarding every day. But it's just genetics. Both my parents looked super young until they ended up looking super old, right? There's no in between. I mean, I love it when I get carded at a bar. It's one of my favorite things. I say thank you every time to the bartender. I say thank you every single time a bartender cards me. And it happens more when I don't have the mustache. So maybe just for my own self-esteem, I should shave the mustache, right? Oh, that's the thing, Robotic Head. Like, with a beard in Japan, like a full beard, yeah, you look 85, you know? Even people in their 80s in Japan can't grow a decent beard, you know? Having a decent beard automatically, yeah, puts you into the old person category. Am I part Japanese? Right? Only being able to grow a decent mustache at the age of 40? You've gotten carded there in Colorado more than anywhere else? Interesting, Ninjatron. And that's with a beard, right? Does that mean that, like, teenagers in Colorado can grow better beards? Is it an elevation thing? Shaolin, is it an elevation thing? All right, let's do this part. So when we talk about these two things, layout call. I don't remember what it is. Let's go find one. Two calls header. That's it. There we go. Everywhere you go, there you are. Yeah, what's that quote? It's from Buckaroo Banzai, right? Don't be mean. Because wherever you go, there you are. So don't be mean. The sage advice of Buckaroo Banzai. It's a fantastic film. And, well, okay, fantastic is subjective. It's a good film though. Like, if you've never seen Buckaroo Banzai, you should definitely watch it. Oh man. Yeah, one sec, one sec. Yeah, cheers. Robotic Head. I'm assuming Algo. Maybe even Acorn. You guys looking forward to some more Pal World tonight? I am massively looking forward to that Pal. We got like end game shit to do, you know? Like, yeah, I'm really happy we're doing this. Especially because it means that I can like I haven't had a chance to play a Wednesday night with my main group. So like I don't want to play our game until I finish with that crew just because there's so much like happening in the end game of BG3. Yeah, for my Wednesday crew, we're at the end game, but we got some stuff to do. And like our crew with Robotic Head and Acorn and Algo Bro, we're already like heavily overlapping and already like doing some things we hadn't done yet on my main game. And out of respect, I want to like give the main game its due, you know? Like I want to finish with them before we hop back into our game with the Saturday crew, the evil playthrough. So yeah, like I'm really happy you like all of our crew for the Saturday games was on board with something else in the meantime. And Pal World being that is really awesome. Main playthrough is non-evil. We have a paladin in our crew, right? So yeah, we got to be like really like non-evil. And yeah, that's a good point too, Cordless. Like yeah, I want to finish out Pal World before Nintendo decides or like lawyers decide that it shouldn't exist anymore. So also a good reason. Oh, they definitely are X Factor. I don't know if they can actually win, but I don't want to chance it. I just don't want to chance it. Yeah. And it'll probably be like another 4 to 6 months to have it like get resolved as well, right? If their lawyers are any good at Pal World, which they should be because they've made a shitload of money off the game. Right? They should be able to afford lawyers and, you know, like things to prevent injunctions and all that shit. They should be able to afford to like prolong the case as long as humanly possible so they can make more money off it. I would say eventually they'll have to start maybe doing like a monthly fee kind of thing to sustain the business, you know? I'm not sure how much they're like working on building that out. I'm curious what their like monthly costs are for servers for like maintaining like the matchmaking aspect. I know like when I host the game, it's hosting from my server, but like how are they connecting to it and like how much does that cost to like do that connection process? I would really love to see what their infrastructure is like. Okay, so this is kind of what we get here. I almost want to add like a mini image to the portability section of just like the clients that I have. Hold on. Let me do this real quick. Yeah. I have a thing to share to a group. All right. Sorry. There we go. Okay, there we go. Sorry. Let me get more music going. It's like this dude smokes weed or something. I don't get it. Yeah, throwing balls at a character to capture it. I think that one's tough. It's hard to win on mechanics as well because mechanics are a design patent. And does Nintendo have a design patent around throwing a ball at a character to capture it? If the answer is no, I don't think they have a leg to stand on. And design patents are very specific. Like in the modern day and age, the Crazy Taxi design patent has actually been stricken. It's been thrown out because it's too generic. I think modern courts like that will totally throw out that kind of patent. Did Dragon Quest do the same thing? Something other than the characters is all you're saying. No, I get that. I don't think characters they could win because the designs are different. Like, no matter what, I think it would come down to a patent suit because none of the other stuff is copyrightable or trademarkable. So at that point, like, it'll come down to a design patent. And if there's no design patent, I think they could keep fighting that case for years. It'll be like the Google Java, like, case, right? Reverse engineering is not actually infringement. What copyright is actually infringed? What trademark? What patent is actually infringed? Right? And I think at some point, the courts will realize that it's just It's just Nintendo being a bully. And courts are, at least in the past 10 years, really against that kind of bullying, you know? Like, the happy birthday song, that entire copyright is invalidated at this point. You can actually sing happy birthday in a movie now, you know? The courts have actually sided for some of these bullshit cases being thrown out. So I don't know, like Nintendo would have to have some major design patents that they think they could really defend. And that's fine, never wins the game. Design patents are very specific, right? Dragon Quest having that pre-existing art doesn't matter as long as Nintendo has a design patent on throwing a ball to catch a creature. That's it. Like, that is the very specific case of it. Catching a monster, that's fine, as long as your mechanic isn't throwing a ball to do so. That's where it gets way trickier. And at the end of the day, it's if Nintendo has a design patent for that, because a regular patent wouldn't cover it, design patent would. If there is a design patent for it, much like the Crazy Taxi case, it would come down to the courts having to argue that. If there is no such patent, they don't have a leg to stand on and they know it. Yeah, IP and patent lawyers, actually, you shouldn't feel bad for them because they make a shitload of money whether they win or lose. They make money for any time they put towards it. They can just bill the hours and they're set. Like those lawyers, oh, they're chilling. They're fucking chilling. Again, it's not just the mechanic. It's about the design of it. You have to be so explicit about the design that design patents are really hard to enforce. Only reason the Crazy Taxi one went for so long was because people didn't want to challenge it. All it took was one person challenging it, and that shit got thrown out. You know? Because design patents are very specific. So yeah, real quick, I'm going to go pee. BRB. I should pour some more water. I'll be right back. See you in a sec. Oh shit, am I gonna get sued for using that sound effect? Oh no. I know, exactly. Goodbye, CM Griffin. I have used a, what is it? Square Enix sound effect. Yep. I'm deleted from the internet. It just happened. Whatever. I'll deal with it. All right, hold on. Let me do one thing. All right, anyway. Hold on. Who here is going to be at KubeCon? Are you still out there? I know someone mentioned it. I have at least one event I want to share with you, I think. I totally forget who said that earlier, and I'm fucking up. That's my bad. But yeah, like there's going to be a growth book hosted event at KubeCon next week that could be fun. I think it's that Monday. Monday. Hold on, let me find the link again. No, Tuesday. Shit. Okay, so it's Tuesday before like the big party. It's in less than 3 days. Like it's damn, like I've been traveling way too much lately. The fact that I'm only home for like a day before I go travel again, like I think y'all know me, right? I'm a homebody. It's why I stream from Twitch like 5 days a week. I'd rather be home most times. The fact that I've been traveling and will be traveling for the most of November, boy, that sucks. Like, oh my god, it's just the worst. Oh boy, that sucks. But you know what? It's fine. It's okay. I'll be home for all of December, most of January. We'll see what other talks I present for, like get accepted for, etc. But yeah, Way too much traveling. All right, so what we ended up doing is... And really, I need these slides to be done by Tuesday. So not ideal. But I think we got this. If I just get rid of that, what changes? Nothing. Shit. All right, well... I need to give this a class. I like that. I'm going to give it a star. Okay, now it showed up. All right. Oh, and yeah, sorry. Ninjatron, Gokden chimed in. Their ex was the same. They always wanted them with facial hair. Yeah, you know, I guess my anecdotal evidence is not as strong as I thought. Dude, I don't know what happened. I can pop all of my knuckles just fine, but man, this knuckle right here, like the ring finger on my right hand. Oh, that was the first time I've gotten it to pop in months. Like, it's actually really tender, and that actually, yeah, it's not ideal. I don't know what I did to jam that finger, but man, that was the first time I've gotten that knuckle to pop in over a month. And it's been like way too tender to pop. Right? I am definitely a knuckle popper. That one sucked. Hold on. We'll skip this song. Chaos, right? All right, so the portability argument, I think, makes sense. I think these slides are fine, actually. Comparing algorithms, we need some like graphics to represent these, and it probably needs to be like the 2-column thing as well, right? Hold on. I'm gonna send a quick message to someone real quick too. Um. All right. Sorry. So I just sent a message to technically the person presenting after me, doing like the closing notes for OpenFeature Summit. Like, I'm wondering like how bad like a 5 minute drift is gonna be since it's like a half day anyway. All right, there we go. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just reaching out to the person that goes after me because it ends with their talk, like how much they think they're going to fill the entire time and if like a 5 minute drift is okay. Like, conference organizers care more about this than most people. I do think the OpenFeature Summit, because it's a half day, is probably a little more loosey goosey, but I just don't know. I'm not sure. Oh, and hold on. Wait. I might have also seen that my talk got pushed up. So that's even trickier. So I don't know for sure. Like, I don't know. We'll see. One of those things. Like, y'all are involved in what I'm doing, no matter what. Um, but yeah, like 10 minutes is so fucking fast. Ugh, like it's tough. I think the biggest things I can cut is the stuff about me and the stuff about Vexilla, which I'm fine with. I could cut my section about Vexilla really short, actually, right? Right? As long as I have this slide showcasing all these things about it? Sure, I don't need to go into like each bullet point. Right? I can speed up this section a little bit, probably. This part's quick. How my original algorithm works, I'll shout this one out and then maybe like be able to go quicker through these. And no matter what, the live version will go quicker than any pre-recorded version I do anyway. So I think that's fine too. Like, I always talk faster. I always miss some stuff. So yeah, the growth book and these two slides I need to hammer out. Let me check with the gaming crew, though. But yeah, how you doing, Sweesh? What you up to? Like, yeah. Anything fun? Anything cool? You don't chat here much, but I do appreciate you've been following for a while. I did check those numbers and all that. But yeah, like, nah, you've been here a while. The name didn't seem immediately familiar to me, so I had to look. Just checking. Sorry. No big deal. But yeah, what you been up to? Anything fun? Oh, I hate the doubling of the snare mechanic. It's so tried out and like just ugh. Ugh. It's just, yeah, I hate it so much. Right? You know when a song does like the snare going like dot 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 and then it doubles like dot 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 and then it doubles again to like brr, 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 like bullshit. Like, I hate that so much. It's the laziest trope of any like electronic music ever made. It is the laziest electronic music trope. Like, hey, I want to build up this thing, and I'm going to totally use this thing that you've heard way too much because I'm too lazy to think of a better way. I hate that about electronic music. It's my least favorite thing any musician's ever done. Luckily, real musicians don't do it. Only electronic musicians. You were looking for a chilled stream. Okay. Well, shit. Did I mess that up by calling you out? Sorry. You keep chilling. You keep lurking. Now we're hanging out. We got some more work to do. But yeah, let me check in with Gaming Stream. You're studying web dev because of me? Ooh, don't you put that on me, Ricky Bobby. Don't you put that evil on me. No, I'm kidding. No, that's awesome. That sounds really good. If you haven't seen Talladega Nights, it's a film you should watch, for sure. The phrase I just said, or the quote I just said, will make more sense. Don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. No, it's really fun. I love it. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed it as much as I do. I wouldn't be doing it as much as I can on stream if I didn't like it. Now, granted, I was going to say 5 days a week, but that has not been the case for the past month, so That's on me. I will say, Artiago, like, that data modeling and SQL Server stuff you've done will actually pay dividends when you start building, like, full stack applications. Like, yeah, you're going to be really valuable to any team you join as a full stack dev, you know? So, yeah, like, definitely don't be discouraged from, like, leveraging your previous knowledge to being a better full stack dev. Totally worth it. All right, let's figure out how to make this slide more visually appealing. And what I'm thinking is I want to craft 2 versions of these slides. We'll have like the strict 10-minute version, and then we'll have like a longer one. And I'll chat with like the organizers when I maybe do like my tech check or whatever ahead of time. Or like, let me just point out, so much of like KubeCon has been like really loosey-goosey, whereas like GitHub Universe was like, man, there was like deadlines to hit. There was like a bunch of stuff to like finish. Like, it was kind of crazy. It's always fun to see like how different various like conferences are. Yeah, I'll try and craft like 2 different versions. One that is like strict to the 10 minutes. And then one that's like, you know, less strict. Yeah, GitHub Universe was amazing. Oh my god, it was the first time I've been in San Fran since I was born in Redwood City, you know? Like, it's crazy. It was really cool, though. Like, got to meet and hang out with a bunch of cool people. Crisetto, you still out there? I got to meet and hang out with a bunch of cool people at GitHub Universe. And, like, I got to meet a bunch of, like, DevRel people I've met from streaming, right? That have rated this channel. Like, Brain Fart. Cassie? Cass something? I don't know. Whatever. Brain Fart. Yeah. Like, I don't know. Whatever. I got to meet a bunch of people in person that I've only ever met through streaming. Cassadev. Or Cass something? I don't know. I wouldn't pay for a ticket to any of these fucking things. Keep that in mind, Ninjatron. So, I'm the wrong person. I wouldn't pay for a ticket to any of this shit. If the company was covering it, sure. Out of my own pocket? Fuck no. Hell no. No. Cassadoo. That's her name. Yeah, right? Cassidy Williams. There we go. Brain fart. Yeah. Cassadoo. I got to meet Cassadoo in person. It was very short. It was chill. But it was awesome. I got to meet Crutchcorn in person. Corbin Crutchley. Super cool. Like, I got to meet... Oh, man. This was one of my favorites, and it was only for, like, a night. But I got to meet Wes Boss. I got to meet CJ from Coding Garden. I got to meet him in person. Like, oh, man. That shit was awesome. CJ's just as cool and, like, chill as you would expect. He's that dude. He's just awesome. It was fun to chat with him. Yeah, it was a good time. I got to meet so many people in person that I haven't met before. And that made GitHub Universe way more worth it, besides the fact that I can write off a bunch of shit. Yeah, Wes Boss, super cool. Hold on, have you seen this? I think, again, I'm trying to, like, distance from the tweeter. But, like, this Twitter photo, I'm really happy with it. It might be the best, like, tech photo I've ever had taken. All right, yeah, whatever. Yeah, we scroll back. Here it is. Like, dude, yeah, West Boss right there. I had the whiskeys in me, so I don't even know what face I'm making there. I'm blinking the whole time, like whatever. This is somewhat like accidental renaissance, but that subreddit said it wasn't renaissance enough. It seemed rehearsed. Barely even photoshopped. Like, no, this was like candid. I'm really proud of this photo though. Like, that might be my best like tech photo ever. You think you're gonna try and submit for PyCon next year? Work will pay. Yeah, it's a good photo. And like, dude, that's West Boss. Like, dude, he's big time. I'm just some fucking stoner, and somehow I'm like front and center. I'll take it. Hell yeah, I'll take it. I will take it. Like, man, I feel like there is actually very little Photoshop on this one. Like, maybe like Instagram like filter type shit, but that's about it. All right, let me get some more music going. Let's play some funk real quick. Why not? But yeah, coolest tech photo I'll ever be in. Yeah, I'm just so pumped. Yeah, that was the coolest photo I'll ever be in. Besides snowboarding photos, obviously. All right, so yeah, looks like we'll be hopping over to game stream here soon, but I want to get this slide figured out. I also maybe want, like, I got time tomorrow on the flight and all that stuff to figure out some of these other slides. But yeah, I'm gonna have to get this like pushed up so I can work on it for sure. What do we think would be good for this slide though, right? Like, get speed and distribution into two separate things and show some like BS stock photos for it. What do y'all think would be a good image for these two things? Right? Like, what would fit? For speed, like, we can do all sorts of BS, right? Show a sprinter, something, right? For distribution, what could we do there? Oh, I love this song. so I don't forget it. Yeah, exactly. To remember the lyrics. 1612. Ooh, all right. Do we use the peanut butter spread? Frank Sinatra. What the hell? Why is this taking so long to load? I think the peanut butter one. I think that's it. I think that's the image. Wait, Unsplash Plus, you motherfuckers. Ah, you sons of bitches. Ah, fucking money taints everything around us. Fucking Unsplash Plus. About to stop using you. I'll use Pixabay. Don't tempt me with a good time. God damn the Unsplash Plus bullshit, man. What's something else I could Google that would give me like a good like image for like a spread of something, right? I'll just type in peanut butter. Why not? Fuck it. Nutella could work. Of course, screwball whiskey. There you go. Yeah, all right. So Unsplash has jumped the shark. Right? All you get is like brand images and bullshit, and then them trying to get you to pay for other things. I feel like this one could work. But dude, Unsplash has majorly jumped the shark. All right, let's type the word speed. chocolate drops? Nah, like, I think we got one. I'll call the peanut butter one good. Yeah, thank you, though. I appreciate that. I feel like this one would work for speed. Damn, Unsplash has gone majorly downhill. Like, dude. We, we type the word fast and it's about people fasting? Come on. Unsplash plus. Unsplash plus. Sure. Fast car with shit blurred around it. Nailed it. No big deal. All right. Let's finish out this slide by doing the left-right thing on that. Pretty sure I had a coworker that was sick. We should have just rescheduled, but whatever. All right, so then this one is that, but spread. think it's better than distorting the image. Oh, and hold on. That one I fucked up. Oh. Better, right? Oh, hold on. That would be a problem. Okay, so I got 2, maybe 3 slides to improve upon. I'd call that good. Yeah, so we're at the point where I do need to finish up and raid someone because I got gaming with the crew later. And really, like, later means in like 10 minutes. So let's go play some Pal World with Algo Bro, Acorn, and Robotic And let's figure out who we go raid into here on Twitch. Let's go raid Spiridon. Hell yeah. It's a good stream. You're going to enjoy being over there. He has very, very different opinions about how we approach front-end dev, etc. He is very anti-framework. I am very pro-framework because I don't want to reinvent the wheel every single thing I do. He is very much into reinventing wheels, so I would never want to pay him by the hour. But I know that if I did pay him by the hour, the quality of the work would be pretty good. So just keep that in mind, you know? I'm not trying to talk negatively. I'm just trying to point out there are things to consider when it comes to not invented here syndrome. So I'm going to go click those buttons. I'm going to stop the YouTube and Algora streams. Now we'll see you guys again soon. Cheers. And yeah.